Morning, we'll address the 8:15 compliance calendar. We have one individual in the courtroom. Sir, if you come on up here, I believe it's Leroy Reyes. If I mispronounce the name, I apologize. Mr. Reyes, if I recall correctly, the last time we were here, you had this certificate on file that you'd done a 1-hour awareness class, but we need an assessment. Hey, whoa. Hey. Ah. Wonderful. That's the way to do it. I've never had anything fail to show up, but you can share that with
Thank you.
Well, maybe it evaporated into ether. I'm a computer dinosaur, or went into a spam file, or who knows. But if we have,
it was it looks like it was emailed to Mr. Haverco at Yelm Public Defense email, which isn't necessarily always monitored. There's a few different email addresses for the city's public defender, so sometimes it's difficult to guess which one is being used.
yeah, typically what they would do is file it with the court and not send it to your attorney. But hey, problem solved. While Mr. Ratfield is reviewing that, how's everything going otherwise? Getting through the winter okay? Getting through the winter okay? That is for sure. I haven't looked at that. City, have any comment before I?
No, Your Honor. Feel free to review.
They do recommend this, Mr. As the assessment process has become a go through the form and check boxes. I'm not that doesn't recognize who you really are. You know, you're not a bunch of numbers, but that's what we have to deal with now. What they are recommending is a level 2.1 intensive outpatient treatment program. Do you have any intention of doing that, starting that? Where are we? They would be the ones to tell you. And that was, I've often thought that they probably give that program. I've often thought that the evaluator should not be the treatment facility. For this reason, yeah, you go to some place that's going to give you the treatment. You need my $100 tune-up, or do you need my $5,000 full meal deal? But be that as it may, what I want you to do is, we're moving in the right direction. If you don't, excuse me, if you don't agree with the assessment, you're entitled to get another eval. But what I want you to do is go back to Freedom Recovery. They're here in Yelm. That's and say, you know, how do I get into this? Do you have insurance that's going to cover it? this is something that they would be able to help you with.
Yeah.
Okay. Why don't we do this? This is January 18th. Let's set it for a hearing on February 29th. That's the end of, next month. And what I want you to do is go back to Freedom and find out what's involved in and just maybe discuss with them whether or not you need this and see what's going on there. And then we'll take a look at your situation when you come back at the end of February. The most important thing to me is I haven't seen any reoffending. I haven't seen any new problems. And that's the concern. It's as far as I'm concerned personally, if a person is able to totally separate any drinking they do from any driving they do, that's all you want, because public safety is the concern that I have. Mr. Reyes, what we'll do is we'll give you another hearing February 29th, 8:15. I'm sorry. You did the victim impact panel?
Yes.
I see that this 1 hour awareness. I have that certificate. I've signed the order. We're resetting the matter to the end of February. Mr. Reyes, let's worry about that the next court date. I'm sure between now and then, I'm not gonna get on you about that, certainly. Sigh. So, that's well, that's sometimes what happens. But we'll see what the city has to say about this 1 hour awareness class, but maybe that would take the place of a alcohol information school. Let's address that back at the end of February. Let's not get into that now. Mr. Reyes, I've signed today's order. You can get a copy of that at the window outside the courtroom to your left, and we'll see you back here on October 29th. And it looks like you're doing great. Pardon? February. I'm sorry. I shouldn't talk and read, and I shouldn't multitask at the age I'm at. But Mr. Reyes, you take care of yourself. Thank you for coming in. Thank you for your patience, and we'll see you here at the end of February. The 29th. This being, I think, the leap year. And don't forget to get a copy of it. Now, can we keep this on file? Can we keep this eval? Perfect. Perfect. See what Freedom has to say, and then we'll figure it out. Well, it's well past the 8:15 time for appearance, Mr. Ratfield. We have some non-appearances, 75% actually. First one is Garrett Coleman.
Yep. Looks like there's a bond. City moves to forfeit the bond and issue a warrant for $2,500.
So ordered.
Mr. Ford, city moves to issue a warrant $1,000.
The only concern I had about him was the mailing of the notice to him was to
Are you
transient.
Are you talking about Mr. Coleman?
Mr. DeFord, yes.
Okay.
He was mailed the court date, and I've never seen an envelope addressed quite like this before, but it's to Kinsey DeFord, transient, Yelm, Washington, 98597. That's the only address apparently we have for him, so that's where it went. So he clearly doesn't have notice, and he's still. He was getting tribal treatment through Puyallup, and
Well, maybe,
if I recall,
let's
facts,
reset then.
we still don't have. I'd be inclined to issue with just a $500 warrant. Is, if I remember the facts of the case correctly, his dropping off the radar is cause for concern. That 500 cash or bond. And then last is Austin Schoonover. That's a deferred prosecution.
Yeah. City moves to issue a warrant at 2,500.
2,500, so be it, cash or bond. And with that, we do have one in custody. Mr. Haverco signed on yet? Good morning, Mr. Haverco. Are you able to hear me?
I hear you very well. They put us at a different station this week, and sounds very good.
Great. We'll address that we do have one in custody, and that's DeKeith Correll Hill.
Yes.
Seated beside Mr. Haverco.
Yeah, he would like court-appointed counsel, and the matter comes on for court today for an arraignment. It's an older case. I was provided the police reports from the clerk, and I had an opportunity to discuss the police reports and the case with him. And we discussed what an arraignment is, to be read the charges in open court, the elements that city would have to prove, the maximums that could be imposed, and that he could enter a not guilty plea. Based on my discussion with him, he'd like to waive arraignment and proceed with the entry of a plea today. I've prepared a statement of defendant on plea of guilty for him, and I've reviewed that with him. He indicated he understood that, and so that is in O courts, and so I would ask Your Honor to inquire.
Good morning, sir. Would you confirm that your name is DeKeith Correll Hill?
Yes.
Mr. Hill, do you disagree with anything with Mr. Haverco just said?
No.
For the record, I am appointing him to represent you in this matter, and he has prepared, and I am looking at in the O Courts system a statement of defendant on plea of guilty to one count of theft in the third degree, which involves a dismissal of a criminal trespass charge. The plea form tells me you're 42 years of age. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Any trouble at all understanding the plea process with Mr. Haverco?
No.
This is a gross misdemeanor. Maximum penalty on conviction would be 364 days in jail and or a $5,000 fine. I'd be free to impose that regardless of what's recommended. You realize that?
Yeah.
And if I accept the plea, you give up the rights contained in paragraph 5, no trial, no appeal, simply a sentencing. And that would conclude the matter. You realize it? With that in mind, as to one count of theft in the third degree alleged to have occurred within the city of Yelm on February 22nd, 2020, how do you plead, guilty or not guilty?
Guilty.
Your own will. Anybody make any threats or promises to you to make you plead guilty?
No.
I'll find the plea to be freely, knowingly, and voluntarily made, and your statement in paragraph 11 does satisfy the factual elements. The recommended sentence is 364 days, all suspended on the condition you have law-abiding behaviors. Mr. Hill, is there anything you'd like to tell me?
No.
Mr. Haverco, anything further?
It's an agreed recommendation, just sentence of credit for time served, and the city wasn't going to asked for a fine based on his indigent status. He doesn't have any visible means at this point in time, I believe, to pay court fines and costs.
Bradfield, anything to add?
No, that's fair representation of the agreement. Thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Hill, first let me say this. I don't like to hold people in custody. However, after multiple failures to show up for court, I felt I didn't have any choice in the matter. Please, if you are to appear in court, either show up or let the court know somehow that that you can't get there due to transportation, whatever issues there might be, okay? I'm going to follow the recommendation, 364 days in jail, all suspended on the condition you simply have law-abiding behavior. Stay out of trouble. I'm not going to impose any fine based on your financial status at this time. Now, you do have other warrants out for your arrest. I understand one of them got taken care of yesterday, and I assume that you'll probably be released as soon as the paperwork gets to the jail on this charge, unless for some reason you're being held on any of the other. I wish you the best of luck, Mr. Hill. You take care of yourself. Any questions at all?
No.
Mr. Haverco, anything further?
Nothing to add, Your Honor. Thank you.
I will conclude the matter, and we'll see you back here in court in a little while.
All right.
Mr. Hill, good luck to you. Take care of yourself. Signing a judgment and sentence in open court, electronically, of course.
It's not allowing me to apply my signature, but not that that's necessarily
No.
stopping the plea from being entered.
Bradfield, we guess we do have an attorney on. We can address that matter at this time.
Okay.
Who do we have? Austin Rogers. Good morning.
Hi, good morning, Your Honor.
We'll address your matter now. Call the matter of Yelm versus Austin Rogers. It looks like in no courts there's a motion to continue. Mr. Stock, I'll turn to you. Status of the matter.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Your Honor. And Matt Stock, present for Mr. Rogers, who is appearing through counsel under Rule 3.4. He and I spoke yesterday about this hearing, the case in general, and the plan for today. Your Honor is correct. I am moving the court for a continuance. The reason for the request is to buy us a little bit time to continue our efforts to prepare mitigation in an effort to strengthen our negotiating position, ultimately with the hopes of resolving the matter with a negotiated settlement. So I have prepared the motion to continue, which includes a waiver. I do have Mr. Rogers' authority to waive speedy trial. So I've reset the commencement date to that next date I am requesting, which is the very next pretrial calendar available, February 29th.
Bradfield, any objection to, hearing no objection from the city, motion granted, matters reset to February 29th, 9 a.m. We'll be sending you and your client a copy of today's order, and that concludes the hearing. Take care, good luck. Remind them that your client, if you would, that all pretrial conditions remain in effect during the matter.
Yes, sir.
We'll talk to you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Take care.
Bye.
A little slow. It's early. Got it. We'll see who it is. Good morning, Mr. French. You're muted. Unmute yourself. We'll address your matter at this time.
Okay, good morning, Your Honor. I'm here on Brandon Badger for Barbara Bowden. I believe that Mr. Badger should be in the courtroom by now.
Mr. Badger in the courtroom. He does not answer.
Okay, he should be there at 9, Your Honor. Thank you.
We'll alert you the moment that he shows up.
Thank you.
On the phone? Mr. French, good morning. Mr. Badger just showed up. Mr. Badger, if you would come on up and sit at the council table. Your attorneys present by way of Zoom. We'll address your matter at this time. Oh, my bad, sorry. Good morning. Morning. Mr. French, I'll defer to you. The matter set for a pretrial. I'll defer to
Thank
you
you.
the status of the matter at this time.
Thank you, Your Honor. Well, this is the first pretrial. We're going to be asking for a set over. And I think we need a little more time to negotiate this case. I did send an email to the prosecutor yesterday, but haven't heard back. And so we're just initiating that process. We do have some discovery. There's a indication in the police report that there's a body cam footage. So we would like to obtain that and have an opportunity to review that before proceeding further.
February court dates are the 1st, 15th, 29th. What works best for the defense?
Well, the 15th would be fine if that works for Mr. Badger.
Mr. Ratfield, the request is February 15th.
That's fine, Your Honor.
Mr. Badger, at the request of your counsel, resolution of a criminal case does take a lot of time, consideration, and thought. The request of your attorney and yourself, we're going to reset the matter to February 15th. Any conditions of release earlier set remain in effect unless the defense has any objection.
No objection.
I'll need a order resetting. Got it. What we're going to do is just issue a notice resetting the matter to February 15th. And I will note for the record that this is at the request of the defendant. He'll be able to get a copy of today's notice by going to the window outside the courtroom to the left. And Mr. French will be mailing you a copy of today's order.
Thank you, Your Honor. Have a good day.
You take care of yourself. That concludes the hearing. Have a good day. Mr. Badger, yeah, if you would stop by the window outside the courtroom, get a copy. It'll have the date and time of the next hearing on the calendar. Good luck to you. And this does not require my signature, so. Back on record for the 9 o'clock hearing. Apparently, Mr. Valley is now here on behalf of Ms. Ulrich.
Here I am. Here I am now. I apologize if I wasn't there before. Your Honor, Ms. Ulrich works at a SCIF, a skilled nursing facility, and a patient died this morning, and she's sitting with that patient and can't leave until they come and take the body away. I did give her the Zoom number, and I anticipated she would be here by Zoom today.
Why don't we just note the non-appearance and reset the matter?
And I'm in a mediation with Rob Johnson, who knows that I had to leave and come talk to Your Honor as well. So that works great for me.
Yep. Mr. Hatfield just nodded his head in agreement. We can go to February 1st, 15th, or 29th.
Let's go Feb 15,
Okay.
please. And Mr. Ratfield and I did communicate yesterday, and I want to thank him for that and let the court know.
Hey, we'll note the non-appearance for speedy trial purposes only, and we'll send Ms. Ulrich a notice and you as well, resetting
This
the
is
matter.
probably the best excuse I've ever heard, and it's a very unfortunate one.
That's just life ends.
Yes, yes. Thank you, Your Honor.
See you middle of February. Take care and thank you for appearing. Good luck.
Understood. Thank you, and counsel.
Thank you, Mr. Valley.
Record, return to the 9 o'clock calendar, I guess. Mr.
Yeah.
Averco?
Right, thank you, Judge. Yeah, this is, are we on record?
We are in record.
Okay, thank you, Judge. So, coming before the court this morning, Your Honor, is Andrew Cahill Williams on the 9 o'clock calendar. The matter comes on before the court for a pretrial hearing on a assault fourth degree domestic violence charge. There's been some ongoing discussions between the parties as to how to resolve this case, both in terms of the disposition and the no contact order as well. So I think the parties have reached an agreement, that being he is going to agree to an 18-month stipulated order of continuance, and with the addition of some added requirements in the agreement that he show proof of an evaluation and with the Army of a DV related program. And I put in the SOC that he had an evaluation. He unfortunately doesn't have any paperwork with him today, but he said he had an evaluation with someone who it's in connection with something called the Stop 26 program. It involves going to class. He's waiting essentially for a slot to start, but he's going to be doing a 26-week program, DV program. We talked about, I asked him, how long have you been in the Army, and, what's your intention of your career with the Army? And he indicated he's been in the Army for 8 years. He realizes, the error of his ways, and he wants to save his family and save his career. So he seems to be taking this matter seriously. So in my discussions with the city, that is how we fashioned the conditions for the stipulated order of continuance. And then in my inquiry to the city about, what's your position on the no contact order? And the city's position was, if he agreed, if he's been assessed, which it sounds like he has, and if he's going to do a program, then the city is satisfied that that's a sufficient basis to ask the court to rescind the no contact order at this juncture. So my sense is that he does seem to be in a position mentally where he's accepted the need to participate in this kind of treatment, and seems to just seems to have a good attitude and approach to the situation. So that's where we're at, Judge. And there's a stipulated order of continuance in O courts with those conditions. And so just ask Your Honor to inquire.
And of course, entering into the SOC would, I take it, sort of put us in a position of having to vacate the existing no contact order.
Probably.
Well,
Yeah.
very likely.
Yeah,
I'm not,
yeah.
I'm not
But I mean, I think what's encouraging is that he's agreed to the conditions that, he needs to make sure, whether it's the Army that does it or he does it, but ultimately he's responsible to get a copy of the assessment to the court and ongoing progress reports for the court for review.
Well, we do have, and I don't know if you've seen a record, note from the Army indicating that Mr.
No, I don't have it.
That you need to see this.
Okay. Oh, okay.
It sounds like with regard to any sort of DV developing over in a pretty much of a preliminary posture.
Yeah, it looks like this references what was to occur based on when this was written, that there was supposed to be a January meeting. To my understanding, that hasn't occurred.
Do we have any?
We don't, and it's,
And as the Army decided, it looks like the ball was kind of in their court.
Yeah, this was written prior to the meeting on the 10th, which has now occurred. And, I can only go on Mr. Cahill's representation, but he seemed to, he indicated that basically he's been assessed, they've approved him for what is called in the Army, the stop 26 program. It's a 26-week program, and he's waiting for a class date.
What,
Yeah, do you have any idea when?
I'm not gonna accept, and this is gonna be the first time I've ever done this. I'm not gonna accept the SOC at this time. What I want to see is the evaluation and something concrete rather than from what I have so far is the Army's representation that they will look at the matter and will evaluate whether or not Mr. Cahill Williams is to be admitted into this 26-week program.
I would ask
What-
Mr. Taylor, how soon can you get a copy of that assessment? Could we maybe?
What I want is a recommendation from whoever is doing the treatment that it is safe to withdraw the no contact order. The facts of this case were troubling
Right, I
enough to me
understand.
to have me take this position. Whether we can get that, such a recommendation today, well, we'll see.
So if we could take up. Otherwise, John.
Ms. Trapp, come on up and have a seat. You went into a warrant status, and then you requesting that the warrant be quashed. Motion granted. I take it there's probably going to be a request to reset the matter for a
Yes.
pretrial. Ms. Trapp, your attorney wouldn't have this file with them or be prepared to proceed at this time, and therefore there's going to be. I think you've already.
Yeah, she failed to appear at, I think we may have done either trial or
Pretrial.
one or the other, but she had failed to appear, so today's her first appearance after. I'm not sure what the city's position is.
Proceed to reset to another pretrial or what? Or there was,
City would like it reset to another pretrial.
okay. Combination pretrial, jury or trial confirmation, what exactly is?
Yeah, I mean, either way. Done a, jury trial waiver, you just want to set another. Trial,
Sure.
or we could,
That's fine.
why don't we?
I think it's probably the safest thing to do would be reset it for a pretrial and see what, if anything has transpired in the meantime. I'm saying that given the non-appearance and council's need to maybe confer with Ms. Trapp prior to. I'll abide by the wishes of the parties.
Give me, if Your Honor, would just pardon me for a second, I need
Sure.
to look at some dates. Okay.
Certainly. There we go.
15th, 29th, or March 14th.
Reset the pretrial confirmation to the 15th of February, and then bench trial held on the 14th of March.
Okay.
So,
Sounds great.
Mr. Adams, it's very important that you reappear when you're supposed to be here. At least stay in contact with Mr. Haverko. If something happens where you can't get to court, that's only a problem if nobody hears anything from you. Stay in touch with Mr. Haverko. We're going to give you 2 court dates. One, February 15th. You need to be here on that date, and you need to stay in contact with your attorney in the meantime. Setting the matter for a bench trial on March 14th. Should time maybe 11:30? We no longer tell people what to do, except the computer tells us, the system tells us what we can and cannot do.
Right.
What,
I assume.
so be it.
I assume the defendant's gonna need to sign the pretrial conference form. Here's your honor, just so I have it, just give me a phone number. Did you call his phone? That's sign here.
We're resetting the matter for
Get signed. I've signed, the defendant has signed.
I am signing the same.
Okay.
Ms. Trapp, again, stay in contact with Mr. Haverko, and before you leave today, get a copy of today's orders. It'll have the dates in the order. Put that on your calendar. Make sure you're here, okay? Take care.
Okay.
We'll see you back here
Take care.
February 15th.
This is last name Stansberry,
Autumn,
first name
Stans.
Autumn on the 10 o'clock calendar. Matter comes on for a pretrial hearing on a theft charge. I've had an opportunity to discuss the matter with Miss Stansberry. She intends on entering a plea to the charge. I prepared a statement of defendant on plea of guilty, which I reviewed with her in O courts, and would ask your honor to inquire.
Good morning, ma'am. For the record, is your name Autumn Flew Stansberry? Do you disagree at all with anything Mr. Haverko just said? I'm looking at the computer screen here. It's showing a statement of defendant on plea of guilty to 1 count of theft in the 3rd degree. Plea form tells me you're 30 years of age. Any problem at all going over the plea process and the forum with Mr. Haverko? And if you had any questions about what was involved in resolving the matter, were your questions answered? Now, the theft in the third degree is a gross misdemeanor. The maximum penalty is 364 days in jail and or a $5,000 fine. Regardless of what the parties recommend, I would be free to impose up to the maximum. You realize that. If I disagree with the recommended sentence, I would be free to impose additional time up to the maximum if I saw fit to do so. You realize that. And if I accept the plea, you give up the rights contained in paragraph 5. There's no trial, no appeal, simply a sentencing. With that in mind, as to one count of theft in the third degree, alleged to have occurred within the city of Yelm on November 29th, 2022, how do you plead, guilty or not guilty? Do you make that plea of your own free will? Did anybody make any threats or promises to you to make you plead guilty? Your statement in paragraph 11 does satisfy the factual elements of the offense, and I will find your plea to be freely, knowingly, and voluntarily made. The recommended sentence is all jail time suspended on the condition you have law-abiding behavior and pay a $250 probation monitoring fee. Mr. Haverko, anything further?
Nothing to add, Your Honor. We ask the court to follow the recommendation.
Mr. Hatfield, anything? Ms. Stansberry, you have a right to tell me anything you think I should know or want me to know. You don't have to say anything. You can rely on what your attorney said. The recommendation is a fair one. I'm going to follow it. I'm hoping, the only condition of the suspended jail time, 364 days, is that you stay out of trouble. Learn from the mistakes. We all make mistakes, but the process of life is such that we need to learn from our mistakes and go on to make new ones and not repeat old ones. The least important thing to me is the fee. Now, we'll set you on a payment program. If you can't make the payments, let us know and we can certainly deal with that, okay? Any question at all? Again, good luck, and hopefully this has been a learning experience. Take care of yourself.
So Judge, this is on the 10 o'clock calendar, last name Mason Feeder, first name Avery. Matter comes on before the court this morning. Pretrial hearing for a DUI. I've had an opportunity to discuss the case with Mr. Mason Feeder, review the police reports, the evidence, breath test, all the various things, and his options, deferred prosecution, and he's electing to enter a straight plea to the charge of DUI, amended to that of no test. I've reviewed with him all of the mandatory minimum penalties that have to be imposed pursuant to a DUI. And, they're enumerated in the form, but minimum 1 day in jail. And I don't remember how many hours he did about 18 hours. So I wasn't sure, whether Your Honor would, consider that kind of sufficient. But otherwise, it's standard recommendation, get an evaluation, comply with any recommended treatment. No treatments ordered, then it would be alcohol drug information school. There needs to be a victim impact panel, the mandatory fines, and so on. They're all enumerated in the form of which I reviewed with him. So I'd ask Your Honor to inquire.
So do you have anything to add? Full name, Avery James Mason Feeder. Mr. Mason Feeder, I'm looking at a statement, excuse me, of defendant on plea of guilty to one count of driving while under the influence of intoxicants. Plea form tells me you're 21 years of age. Any difficulty going over the plea process with your attorney? If you had any questions, were they answered? No. Now DUI is what they call a gross misdemeanor. The maximum penalty upon conviction of that would be 364 days in jail and or a $5,000 fine. There are mandatory minimums, and I take it, Mr. Everco, from the recommendation I'm getting, this is a first offense.
It is.
No test. Now, I can't go below that, but I certainly can go above up to the maximum if I saw fit to do so. Now, if you accept the plea, you're giving up the rights contained in paragraph 5, no trial, no appeal, simply a sentencing. And if I accept the plea, the Department of Licensing is going to take action against your license in a fashion determined by the breathalyzer reading, and which is no test here, and by your record. You realize it. With that in mind, one count with regard to one count of driving while under the influence of intoxicants alleged to have occurred within the city of Yelm on December 12th, 2023. How do you plead, guilty or not guilty? Do you make that plea of your own free will? Anybody make any threats or promises to you to make you plead guilty? Find the plea to be freely, knowingly, and voluntarily made, and your statement in paragraph 11 does satisfy the factual elements of the offense. Heard the recommendation. Is there anything you'd like to tell me? You don't have to say anything, but if you want me to know anything, now's the time. I'm going to follow the recommendation. I'm going to impose the mandatory minimums, 364 days in jail, 363 of those days suspended. I'm going to give you credit for 1 day served. That's if you haven't learned from the experience of the bars clanging behind you, another hour or two is certainly not gonna teach you anything. Every mistake has consequences. The potential consequences of the mistake you made the night you got arrested were horrific. Hospitalization, death, or wake up in a jail cell having killed somebody with your driving. Those are the consequences. And those are consequences that I've seen many, many times. The jail time is suspended on the condition, of course, of law-abiding behavior, and you are required to get a drug and alcohol evaluation and comply with any recommended treatment. We'll need a evaluation on file within 90 days. Should be sufficient. Victim impact panel needs to be attended, and the $990.50 fine is what is imposed. That is the least important thing to me. The most important thing to me is, hey, if there's a problem with drinking, with substance, let's deal with it. Let's get that taken care of. And public safety, of course. I'm going to wish you the best of luck. Now, the consequences are pretty horrible for a DUI conviction. You know that, with the insurance, license, this, that. Those concepts, they go away with time and with law-abiding behavior. Give it time. I'm going to wish you the best of luck. That's all I can do. And remind you, as I'm sure you already know, that a repeat of this mistake, of this offense, is the penalties escalate very steeply and very quickly. Mr. Mason-Feeder, I'm going to wish you the best of luck. You take care of yourself. What I want you to do is get a copy of today's paperwork. I'll sign the judgment of the sentence in open court here and review it carefully. If you have any questions, talk to Mr. Haverco. Okay, give him a call. Any questions of me? All I can do is wish you the best of luck and get through the hoops, jump over through them, and then go on with life. Take care of yourself.
Give me a minute. I'll be ready on another matter here shortly.
I used to say I'm caught up with the paperwork, but I can no longer say that factually, accurately. Caught up with the computer work. And while we're waiting, we did have one more 9:45.
That's what I'm working on right now. I think
Oh.
I think I'm gonna have actually a resolution.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Then I won't address that right now. I
don't
didn't
address
think
it
there
right
was
now.
an appearance.
Uh,
Ms. Lilienthal is in the courtroom.
She is Ms. Lilienthal.
As soon as your attorney is done with his work, we'll address your matter.
Okay, I've prepared, with regard to Ms. Lilienthal, who comes on before the court, really on the warrant quash calendar, on the 9:45 calendar. We instead would like to, one, move to quash the warrant if it hasn't been already, and then proceed with, in essence, a pretrial hearing this morning. I reviewed with her a proposed stipulated order of continuance. She has nothing on her criminal history. So we're asking the court to let the matter be continued for 12 months on the condition that she have no new criminal law violations, pay a $250 probation fee, at the end of which time then the city would agree to dismiss.
There's about 850, 900 boxes you can possibly check here. Is there a box on here that says keep a current address on file with the court?
Yeah, there is, actually.
Got it.
Yeah, there is actually a box.
Got it. And that box is checked.
Okay.
Your name is, and I'm gonna mispronounce it, I'm sure. Lachelle, middle initial L, Lilienthal. That was lucky on my part. Ms. Lilienthal, I'm looking at it, it's a SOC, stipulated order of continuance. What it is basically is a contract, an agreement between yourself and the city, negotiated by Mr. Haverco. The charge will go away. It'll get dismissed if there are conditions that are complied with. Stay out of trouble. That's the most by far important one. The second one, pay a probation monitoring fee of $250. Now, in return for the agreement, you're giving up your right to go to trial, have witnesses. If you violate the agreement and the city proves that by a preponderance of the evidence, we'll have a hearing based on the police reports, and that would almost certainly result in a conviction for a crime of dishonesty, which bears up to 364 days in jail. All I'm going to say is we all make mistakes. The important thing is learn from the mistakes, make new ones. Don't repeat old ones, okay? Yeah, these things happen, deal with it, forgive yourself, go on with life, okay? Now, I'm going to sign off on the agreement. Click off on the agreement, I should say. What I want you to do is go to the window outside the courtroom and to your left, get a copy of it, review it, read it over carefully when you have time. And if you have any questions about what it means, give Mr. Haverco a call, okay? Any questions of me? Good luck to you. Take care of yourself. Both showed up. It's a little unusual.
talked to a couple of folks who.
We'll take a brief recess. Back on record, Mr. Havergal, I'll defer to you for the order in
Thanks,
which
Judge.
cases are called.
Dana Brown?
Dan Brown in the courtroom?
Dana Brown.
Oh, Dana Brown.
On the nine.
I'm
on the
sorry.
10 o'clock. Yeah.
We'll have a seat. For the record, your name, Dana, middle initial D, Brown. Wait.
Sign here. Oh, no, wait. Now, there you go. Perfect. Okay. So submitted a motion for continuance waiver in O courts, asking to reset. She's just trying to sort out some issues with, I think, Yakima Municipal Court and how that's relates to what she believes is an erroneous interlock requirement. So just trying to kind of sort.
About how far out would you like to go? February 1st, 15th, 29th?
Set it out 6 weeks.
29th?
Certainly.
Will do.
Yeah.
Ms. Brown, we're going to reset the matter out to February 29th. Stay in touch with Mr. Havergal. Any conditions released earlier set remain in effect. Good luck with your situation, and I hope you get that straightened out. I'm signing an order resetting the matter to February 29th. What I want you to do, 10 o'clock in the morning, what I want you to do is go to the window outside the courtroom to your left and get a copy of today's order. And of course, stay in contact with Mr. Havergal in the meanwhile.
All right. The next man would be Jeffrey Casa with a K.
Mr. Casa? Name Jeffrey Gordinio Casa. If I mispronounce that, I apologize.
So we've just put into O courts, statement of defendant on plea of guilty. He's going to enter a straight plea on the pretrial matter to the ignition interlock device charge. The city will move to dismiss the suspended driving third charge and also dismiss the mitigation matter.
For the record, full and correct, true and correct name is Jeffrey Gordinio Casa. I'm looking at a statement of defendant on plea of guilty to one count of violating the ignition interlock requirements imposed on you by the Department of Licensing. Have you gone over the plea form with Mr. Havergal? And if you had any questions about what it meant to enter a plea of guilty to a criminal charge, were your questions answered? Plea form tells me 31 years of age. Any problem understanding the process? If I accept the plea, you give up the rights contained in paragraph 5 of the form. No trial, no appeal, simply a sentencing which could be up to 364 days in jail and up to a $5,000 fine because this is a gross misdemeanor. You realize that. With that in mind, as to one count of violating the terms and conditions of the ignition interlock requirement imposed on you by the Department of Licensing within the city of Yelm on December 16th, 2023, how do you plead guilty or not guilty? You make that plea of your own free will. Anybody make any threats or promises to you to make you plead guilty? I'll find the plea to be freely, knowingly, and voluntarily made, and your statement in paragraph 11 does satisfy the factual elements of the plea. Recommended sentence, Mr. Havergal, is
Sole suspended jail time, Judge, 364 with all 364 suspended for 12 months on the condition that he commit no new criminal law violations and pay a $250 court probation fee, $25 a month, at the end of which time the case can be closed.
Mr. Casa, anything you'd like to tell me? You don't have to say anything, but if you want me to know anything, now's the time to tell me. City, have anything further to add?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Yeah, that's sometimes these requirements that are imposed on you as a result of another unrelated matter, that they're hoops to jump through, you know, and in time those hoops are they're gonna drop off. But in the meantime, don't drive unless you're licensed and insured, and don't drive without ignition interlock if you're required to have that. I'm going to follow the recommendation. All jail time, 364 suspended on the condition you have law-abiding behavior and pay a $250 fine. Payments are $25 a month. First payment due February 18th. The most important thing to me is compliance with the law. Least important is the payments. If you have trouble making the payments, your situation changes, let us know. We can certainly deal with that, okay? Any questions at all? Good luck to you. And I want you to get a copy of today's paperwork at the window outside the courtroom and to your left. And look it over carefully, and if you have any questions, give Mr. Haverko a call, okay?
Sure.
Mr. Costa, good luck to you.
Here. Please have a seat. Probably have to eventually have a trial. So this is Karen Moyna. I remember 5 on the 10 o'clock. Anyway, we've submitted into O courts an updated speedy trial waiver asking to, along with the motion, continue to reset the matter. Just trying to conduct some plea negotiations and have additional discussions, and she's not sure yet for sure what she wants to do, so needs more time to kind of think about things.
Right. Ms. Moyna, is it Karen Elaine Moyna? Ms. Moyna, these things do take time to resolve. They take a lot of consideration. About how far out would you like to go, Mr. Haverko?
6 weeks.
February 29th?
Sounds good.
Sounds good to me. We're going to reset the matter to February 29th. Any conditions of release earlier set remain in effect. Stay in touch with Mr. Haverko, and we'll see you back here at the end of February. Any questions at all? That's something you need to talk to Mr. Haverko about, and we can take up any such issues at your next court date. Now is not the right time. I'm going to wish you the best of luck. Get a copy of today's order at the window outside the courtroom and to your left, and we'll see you back here at the last day of February. Ms. Moyna, thank you. You take care.
Matter comes before, this is Lena Ortega, item number 8 on the pre-tower calendar. As part of an agreement, city's gonna move to amend the case to a non-DV. So again, to remove the domestic violence tag, and then pursuant to that, I'm gonna have her sign the stipulated order of continuance now. She works for the Department of Corrections, and couldn't find her. And I don't know if the DV tag would. She had a difficult time getting answers as to what that would do, but we're just trying to come up with a solution, not to make her lose her job or anything.
That's a very important consideration. Ma'am, is your full name Alina Wainani Mako Ortega? I apologize to you if I mispronounce that, which I'm very prone to do. It looks like your attorneys negotiated an agreement with the city under the terms of which this matter will go away. First of all, it's amended to non-DV. It will go away if you comply with the conditions set forth in the contract. The most important one to me is stay out of trouble. No criminal law violations. There's also the probation fee, $250, $25 a month starting February 18th. If you have trouble making the payments, let us know. We can deal with that. Now, in return for this agreement to get this charge dismissed, you've given up your right to go to trial, any trial rights you have. So if the city proves that there was a violation of the order, we'll have a hearing based on the police reports, and you know what the result of that would more likely be than not. You have a chance to walk away from this with no damage, with a dismissal of a pretty serious criminal charge. We have to learn from our mistakes. All of us. We're condemned to repeat the ones we don't learn from. So Hopefully, this has been not too painful of a learning experience for you. I'm going to wish you the best of luck and look forward to dismissing the charge in full at the end of the period of continuance. Mr. Ortega, any questions at all? Good luck to you. Now, I'll want you to get a copy of the order at the window. And if you have any questions, give Mr. Haverco a phone call.
Next matter would be on the 10 o'clock calendar, Kenneth Wood. I think the city may have a motion.
Still catching up on the
Yeah,
paperwork.
you bet.
Oh, courts is slower than I am today. Morning, sir. Is your full name Kenneth Raymond Wood? We'll address your matter at this time. Mr. Haverco?
Thank you, Your Honor. Yeah, matter comes on for a pretrial hearing, and I believe the city may have a motion.
Yes, Your Honor, city moves to dismiss this case.
I'm hearing no objection to the motion to dismiss the charge. Mr. Wood, that's as good a resolution as you can. Hopefully, at least you'll learn something from the incident, that this draws it to a close. On presentation, I'll sign electronically the order of dismissal. Any questions at all? Is the dismissal with or without prejudice?
Without.
Without. Without means that should further information arise, city reconsider, they are free to refile it. I don't think I've ever seen that happen even once, but that right remains. Mr. Wood, any questions? Good luck to you. That concludes the matter. You're free to leave. Are we going to do an order? Is it?
I'm trying.
Oh,
Yep.
okay. Okay. Good morning, sir.
This is Zachary Humphrey, last name Humphrey, on the 11 o'clock calendar, comes before the court for a pretrial hearing on assault 4-3 charge. We're going to be entering a stipulated order of continuance, but as part of that, city first is going to amend the charge to that of a non-DV to remove the domestic violence tag.
Still catching up with the.
You bet. One second.
And upon full compliance, dismissal.
Yeah, the
Fine.
continuance is for, 12 months on the condition that he have criminal law by law abiding behavior, no criminal law violations. Pay a $250 court probation fee, at $25 a month. He may want to pay it today. I have no idea, but at the end of the 12 months, then the city, if he complies, city would then move to dismiss.
Full name, Zachary, middle initial M, Humphrey. Mr. Humphrey, I can tell from the way you're attired that the chance to get this charge dismissed is extremely important to you, as I can well imagine. This is a contract under the terms of which, if you comply with the conditions of it, which are really pretty simple, the charge goes away, it's dismissed. Charges, once dismissed, don't come back to haunt you in any way, shape, or form. This is a 24-month continuance, and the most important thing to me is your agreement that you're not going to violate any criminal law violation. Also, you're required to pay a $250 probation fee. That's the least important thing to me. If that becomes financially difficult, let us know, okay? Now, to remind you, you've already heard me say this, if there's a violation of the agreement and the city proves that, we'll have a hearing based on the police reports, and that's it. That's most likely result in a very unfavorable conviction on your record, and subject you to up to 364 days in jail. Don't want to go there. You have a chance to have this go away, but it's very important that you learn from the incident. I'm signing on the agreement. What I want you to do is go to the window outside the courtroom and to the left, get a copy of it. Review it carefully, read it over, and if you have any questions about what it means, give Mr. Haverko a call, okay? I'm gonna wish you the best of luck. You take care of yourself. And again, good luck. Thank you, sir. Yeah. Courts. I'm in Oak Courts and the turning gears won't go away. These maps, right, do I need to shut down the whole? Okay. And are we ready for the next matter, Judge? Absolutely.
Next matter would be on the 11 o'clock calendar, David Pippin. I think the city's gonna amend to an infraction, because he, according to his, DOL record, he's currently licensed. So, yeah.
The city's will move to no valid operator's license, second degree. That's a civil infraction, no longer a criminal offense. If you admit it, I'll impose a fine in the amount of $150 and that'll take care of the matter. Yep. Mr. Pippin, well, for the record, David Nicholas Pippin. Got to make sure we're talking to the right person here. Get a conviction for DWS second would, of course, re-suspend your license for a period of the same. Now, that's very fortunate the matter is getting reduced to a simple infraction. That yes, you have your license back. Keep it in effect, okay? Preparing a infraction disposition notice. I will sign on that. Mr. Pippin, what I want you to do is go to the window, get a copy of it. Sooner you take care of it, we're setting payments on that, but the sooner you take care of that, the sooner you can forget about it. Most important thing is don't do anything to re-jeopardize your license. Good luck to you. Any questions? Take care. Re-verify, so I have. Speedy trial waiver on this case to continue. Yeah. Next matter, Judge, would be, matter numbers on the 11 o'clock, item numbers 8, 9, and 10. It's, Alexander Vutros. How do you say it? Frutos. Alexander Nicholas Frutos.
Yeah, yeah,
If
so
I mispronounced that, I'm sorry.
So the matter, one of his matters, the DUI case, comes on before the court for a pretrial hearing to which I've already been appointed on that case. In the meantime, there's a new charge, suspended driving second degree, that's on for arraignment. So in anticipation that the court will likely appoint me on that case, I prepared a speedy trial waiver motion continue on the DOI case, which he signed, and it's in Oak Courts, and then it would ask that we proceed after that with the arraignment and then to reset everything together so we can attempt to try to resolve everything collectively.
Reset out, how far? 15, 29,
Sure. Yeah, 6 weeks.
29?
Sure.
29th it is. Mr. Bruto, so we're gonna reset the criminal charge to the 29th of February, end of next month. In the meantime, received another citation that's alleged that on or about January 5th, 2024, excuse me, you committed the offense of driving a license suspended or revoked second degree. That charge is what they call a gross misdemeanor. The maximum penalty on conviction would be 364 days in jail and or a $5,000 fine. I will appoint Mr. Haverko to represent you on that charge as well, and he'll enter a plea on your behalf at this time.
Thank you, Judge. Would stipulate to probable cause and ask the court to enter a not guilty plea on that charge.
Plea of not guilty has been entered on your behalf, Mr. Vitos, and we'll set that matter along with your pretrial continued to the 29th of February as well. Now, conditions of release, of course, on any criminal charges are law-abiding behavior, and that includes don't drive unless you're licensed and insured. That Department of Licensing is their bureaucracy that would give the world we live in, we got to keep them happy. So resetting to February 29th as well, 11 o'clock in the morning. Signing that order as we speak. You can get a copy of both orders at the window outside the courtroom and to your left.
He needs to sign.
Mr. Brutos, you take care of yourself. We'll see you back here in the next month. And these requirements of high-risk insurance, ignition, they all drop off after a while, but yeah, dependent upon good driving. Get a copy of the orders and we'll see you back here at the end of February, and good luck to you. Mr. Brutos, thank you. You take care. We do the best we can. The rest is not our business. We can take that matter. Mr. White is no, we can take that matter now.
Oh, which one?
Oh, we have an attorney appearing on
Oh, okay, sure. You bet.
that would be page 9, docket numbers 2 and 3.
Good morning, Your Honor. James White for the defense for Mr. Florence, appearing on his behalf per 3.4 with his express authorization to do so. Your Honor, we're asking for a continuance. Mr. Florence has been evaluated. He's in a course of treatment. We're asking to come back February 29th. I created the order and put 11 a.m. before I got some information that maybe that's not the right time for me to be coming back. Oh, it looks like you're muted for me.
No objection from the city.
No objection to 11 o'clock.
Oh, okay.
Do it 9 o'clock, 11 o'clock, whatever works best.
Okay.
I'm looking in O courts for the order. Here it is. February 29th, 11 a.m.
Okay.
We'll reset the matters to that date, and if you'd remind your client, any conditions released earlier set remain in effect, of course. Mr. White, that concludes the matter. We'll be sending you a copy of today's order, and we'll send your client one as well.
All right. Thank you, Your Honor. You have a great day.
And you as well, Mr. White. Take care.
Thank you.
So,
Back on record.
So back to the 10 o'clock calendar, I haven't had any contact with Bradley Nabokowski. I know he was potentially in custody, I guess, maybe on a DOC matter. I don't know if he's, oh, okay. So he's just not here and I haven't had any contact. I don't have any information as to his whereabouts. I don't even think I have a way to contact him.
You had pre-trials on two different matters. City have a motion.
Yeah. City moves to issue more 500.
500 cash or bond each
Yeah.
charge.
And then on Sarah Shalhoub,
That's a chronic no-show.
yeah,
That's-
my understanding is she, I believe, contacted the court clerk this morning and apparently one of her brothers, I don't know how many brothers she has, but one of her brothers was trying to get a fan belt or something or other for a car to get the car working to get her to court. And so I'm not sure what the progress is on the belt repair, but she did call. So I'm assuming she would want me to ask on her behalf to note her non-appearance and ask for a continuance and a reset. Oh, at 1 p.m.? Okay. Do we want to, well, if that's the case, do we want to postpone the issuance? So we can note her FTA and then the judge could, Your Honor, you could decide what to do to see whether or not she shows up this afternoon?
I would say if she didn't show up this morning, the chances, based on past performance,
Oh,
the chance of showing up this afternoon are
Right.
minimal to none, but
Yeah, city moves to issue a warrant 1,000.
I think 500
Oh,
is,
500.
500 is
The other
enough.
500 used for the new.
You're right, yeah. Sort of alternator.
That's it for 10.
Let's see, and on the 11 o'clock, Jonathan Chapman. I had been given a number, the defendant had given me a number, called the number, and it seemed like a businessy number because of the number. And I forget the name of the business, but it turns out I think his mom owns the business. She called me back. She didn't really, he's sort of a homeless-ish guy. She didn't really know how to get a hold of him, but she said I spoke with her one time. She said she'd do her best to try to relay the message to him to contact me. I haven't received any contact from him and I don't have any other method of contact.
$500 cash or bond, so ordered.
And on Zachary Konoski, I have been given a number. The number didn't work in calling it. So I sent a text. I did a left message to call back by way of text saying who I was, you need to contact me, your case is coming up, and haven't gotten any kind of return call or contact or text or anything.
$500 cash or bond, so ordered.
And then, let's see, and then it looks like Courtney McKay on the 11 o'clock, I was handed a note by the court clerk today with a phone number. I'll have to check to see if I already have that number. But the note is from Courtney McKay, just got off work, lives in Aberdeen, just won't make it today.
I don't
So-
have any problem
Yeah,
continuing.
so I mean, I guess
The
I'd have
city
to
have a-
note the non-appearance and reset it with notice.
Yeah, they'll note the non-appearance for speedy trial purposes only and reset to the next available date, which is February 1. We'll send her a notice of today's hearing, but no, can't expect her to get here from Aberdeen. I don't want anybody speeding in this weather anyway.
That's-
Going to address the 1 o'clock calendar. First matter is Haley Snyder. Ms. Snyder, is that your full name? Ms. Snyder, you were cited with the offense of driving a license suspended or revoked, 3rd degree. Now, this is going to apply to other people in the courtroom as well. That's a criminal charge. Misdemeanor, the maximum penalty on conviction would be 90 days in jail and or a $1,000 fine. The city has a standard motion, and I assume they're going to make it in your case. There are many that charge to no valid operator's license in the 2nd degree. That's a civil infraction. You don't plead guilty or not guilty to a civil infraction. You're not entitled to a lawyer because there's no jail time possible. If you admit the infraction, I'll fine you $150 and that'll close the case. I'll take that as an admission. Now, we'll set your payments at $25 a month. If you can't make the payments, let us know, we can deal with that. But I'm going to urge you to do whatever you can to get your license reinstated. Any question at all? I'm signing, everything is on a computer these days. I'm working on with the assistance of my clerk, we now have that. I'm signing today's order, reflecting the fine. Now, I want you to get a copy of today's order by going to the window outside the courtroom to your left, review it carefully, and if you have any question at all about it, give us a call, okay? Good luck. Thank you, ma'am. Take care. Mr. Fairbanks, has your attorney appeared as of yet? He's going to be here. We'll take any other individuals in the courtroom represented by an attorney. We'll take that matter now. Let everybody know, attorneys, they're always on the clock. I don't want to hold them up any longer than I absolutely have to. Therefore, I give them, private attorneys, preference. Public defender is here. He will represent anybody who's here without an attorney, and regardless of what your financial circumstances is. Good afternoon, ma'am. Is your full name Tina Marie Dawson?
Yes.
I'm the guy who's talked to on the phone through these. Citation I have alleges that on or about January 16, 2024, you committed the offense of driving while under the influence of intoxicants. Gross misdemeanor, the maximum penalty for that offense would be 364 days in jail and or a $5,000 fine. At this time, I'm going to turn to your attorney for the entry of a plea on your behalf. Stipulation to probable cause for purposes of this hearing only. I will find when your client was taken into custody, and I did find probable cause for the arrest only. Set the matter for a pretrial, and those are usually held on at 9 o'clock. Available dates are February 1st, 15th, 29th. February 1st, 15th, or 29th. Your February 1st, we'll do that. Dawson, the conditions release are don't drive unless licensed and insured. Stay in touch with your attorney. Don't drink and drive at all. If any officer asks you to take a breathalyzer, you're to do so. City, have anything further? No. Any objection to the conditions release? And Ms. Dawson, the other condition is stay in touch with your attorney and appear for court as directed, of course. I will electronically sign February 1st, 9 a.m. The order is electronically signed at this time. I don't think we have a notice of appearance yet, but that'll be forthcoming, I'm sure. No need to. Just file it with the. At this point, yeah, go to the counter and you'll get a copy of today's order. That'll have the conditions and the next court date on it. Dawson, thank you. You take care of yourself, and we'll see you back here in next month.
Thank you.
I believe we have one more lawyer attorney matter that I will take at this time. Good afternoon, sir. Is your full name Mickey Fairbanks?
That's Mickey James Clifton, Fairbanks, Your Honor.
Mr. Fairbanks, thank you. Citation I have alleges in honor about January 10th, 2024, you committed the offense of driving while under the influence of intoxicants. That charge is a gross misdemeanor. The maximum penalty on conviction would be 364 days in jail and or a $5,000 fine. At this time, I'm going to turn to your attorney to enter a plea on your behalf.
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Stipulation to PC for the usual. Mr. Crone, thank you. We'll set a pretrial. You may have heard the available dates are February 1st, 15th, or 29th. What works best for you? It'll be attorney matters are handled at 9 o'clock in the morning. 15th, 29th. 1st, 15th, 29th. Sure. Conditions of release, Mr. Fairbanks, law-abiding behavior, don't drive unless licensed and insured. Don't drink and drive at all. If any officer asks you to take a breathalyzer for any reason, you're to do so. Stay in touch with your attorney and then appear back for court as directed. Any objection? Mr. Grove, thank you. City, have anything further? I'm going to sign electronically sign an order to that effect at this time. Full courts today is a little slower than I am. So that does. Yeah, that's absolutely. Well, great. Or you can get a copy before you leave at the counter out the courtroom and to your immediate left, print it out for you. Thank you, Mr. Groen. Mr. Fairbanks, we'll see you back here in the 29th. Take care. I'm going to call the formal arraignment calendar at this point. Before I call each of you up one at a time, I need to advise you of certain rights you have. Most important right you have at this time is the right to have an attorney to represent you at all stages of a criminal proceeding at public expense if you're indigent and require the services of the public defender. Typically at the arraignment, your first appearance, a plea of not guilty is entered to the charge. Matter set for a pretrial. Conditions of release are set. Purpose of a pretrial is to discuss alternatives and methods of approach to the case. And with the hope that you can resolve the case by agreement. Sometimes that's not possible. If that's the case, you have a right to a public and speedy jury trial in the county where the offense allegedly was committed. If you have any questions about your rights or the charge, either ask Mr. Haverco, who will be entering a plea on your behalf at this time, or myself. We'll start with Gregory Beckford. Gregory Beckford in the courtroom. A number of people will not appear at the end of the calendar after I've talked to everybody. If there was probable cause to issue the citation, a warrant will be issued for the arrest of the person that failed to appear. So you've at least saved yourself a warrant by just showing up for court today, and I thank you for that. Gregory Beckford does not answer. How about John Bickler? John Bickler, I do not see. How about Kevin Bingaman? Mr. Bingaman, good afternoon. How are you? Full name Kevin, middle initial P, Bingaman. Mr. Bingaman, the citation I have alleges that on or about January 5th, 2024, you committed the offense of Criminal trespass, second degree, a misdemeanor, maximum penalty on conviction would be 90 days in jail and or a $1,000 fine. I'm going to appoint Mr. Haverco to represent you on this case as well, and he'll enter a plea on your behalf at this time.
Stipulate to probable cause, Your Honor, ask the court to enter a not guilty plea.
Mr. Bingaman, a plea of not guilty has been entered on your behalf. You're already set for a pretrial on March 14th at 11 a.m. We may as well
Said at the same time.
set this case along with the other one now. Condition of release is always law-abiding behavior, and that'll be March 14th, 11 a.m. Conditions of release are law-abiding behavior.
What's the? Read. Okay.
Does Mr. Haverco have your contact information?
Yep, I sure do.
Good. Mr. Bingaman, the copy of the today's order will be awaiting for you at the window outside the courtroom to your left. Again, law-abiding behavior, and that includes don't trespass from where you've been forbidden. Any questions at all? Good luck. Take care. Kelly Black in the courtroom by any chance? Kelly Black. How about Kylene R. Bleakley? Does not respond. How about Deanna Brass? Good afternoon, ma'am. Full name, Deanna, middle initial L. Brass. The citation alleges that on or about January 5th, 2024, you committed the offense of criminal trespass, second degree. Again, that's a misdemeanor. The maximum penalty on conviction would be 90 days in jail and or a $1,000 fine. I will at this time appoint Mr. Haverco to represent you in this matter, and he's going to enter a plea on your behalf.
Stipulate probable cause, Your Honor, ask the court to enter a not guilty plea.
Ms. Brass, that plea preserves your rights pending the pretrial. Conditions of release are law-abiding behavior, and that would include no trespass from which premises where you've been excluded. Any questions at all? $28.70. $38.78. So before you go. Signing the order, resetting the matter for a pretrial, February 15th. You've exchanged contact information with Mr. Haverco. What I want you to do is get a copy of today's order. That also will have Mr. Haverco's contact information on it at the window outside the courtroom and to your left. Good luck to you. Nathan Gary Bumpus does not respond. How about Justice Craddock? Alandra Marie Creelman? Good afternoon, ma'am. Is that your full name? Amandra Marie Creelman. If I mispronounce anybody's name, I apologize. Please correct me if I do. There's a way to mispronounce any name, I'll do it. You were cited with DWLS, driving a license suspended or revoked, third degree. Once again, you may have heard me say this earlier, that charge is a criminal offense. Conviction would bear up to 90 days in jail and up to a $1,000 fine. Ms. Creelman, the city will probably amend the charge, and by nodding has, to this civil infraction of no valid operator's license on your person. No jail time, simply a fine. You don't plead guilty or not guilty to that. You admit it or deny it. First of all, any questions about what I just said? Do you admit that you didn't have a valid license on your person when you were cited on January 2nd? I will assess the $150 fine. You know what you need to do to reinstate your license? It's usually a financial in nature, and here we are piling on a little bit. We live in a world where you pretty much got to be able to drive. So I'm going to ask that you consider making that a priority in life, getting your license reinstated. You can get a copy of, I'm signing the order as we speak. Please get a copy of that before you leave at the window outside the courtroom to your left. Look it over. If you can't make the payments, if that imposes any sort of a hardship or becomes impossible, let us know. We can certainly deal with that. The most important thing here is do what you need to do to get your license. Not ordering that, but I'm suggesting that. Good luck to you, ma'am. Victoria Ann Curley. Is that your true name, Victoria Ann Curley? Ms. Curley, you're in the same position. You were cited with DWLS, driving a license suspended, 3rd degree, which means suspended but eligible for reinstatement. Again, that's a criminal offense, and the city is, I think, going to amend that. And the city just did amend that to the civil infraction of no valid operator's license on your person. If you admit it, it's a $150 fine. If you deny it, you're entitled to a contested hearing. Any question about anything I've just said? What would you like to do? Admit or deny? 150 is what it is. Now, do you know what you need to do to reinstate your license? That what happens is, I think, excuse me, sometimes we move, we change our address at the post office, but we don't do it with the Department of Licensing. The Department of Licensing, what they're required to do is send a letter of suspension to your last known address. And a lot of people don't get that notice because they moved or have a different address or who knows what. But anyway, that's my suggestion is do what you can to reinstate your license. Ma'am, I thank you. You take care. Justin Devaney does not answer. Terry Edwards does not answer as well. How about Jeffrey Flowers? Good afternoon, sir. Full name Jeffrey, middle initial L, Flowers. Citation I have alleges that on or about January 4th, 2024, you committed the offense of theft in the 3rd degree, 2 counts. Theft in the 3rd degree is a gross misdemeanor. The maximum penalty on conviction would be 364 days in jail and or a $5,000 fine. I appoint Mr. Haverco to enter a plea on your behalf at this time, and he will represent you throughout the course of your case.
Stipulate probable cause, Your Honor. Ask the court to enter not guilty, please.
Mr. Flowers, a plea of not guilty has been entered. That preserves your rights. We're going to set the matter for a pretrial. Please give Mr. Haverco your contact information.
Before you leave, you get some paperwork and it will have a meeting ready. But feel free to be contact information. Okay. We have you sign.
hours. Conditions of release, of course, are law-abiding behavior. Stay in touch with Mr. Haverko and be back here on February 15th for your pretrial. And again, I'll say this for everybody, get a copy of today's order at the window outside the courtroom to your left. And by all means, stay in touch with Mr. Haverko.
Yeah, just get your paperwork from the clerk.
Jacob Hereford. Did I pronounce that right? Jacob William Hereford. That's it. Mr. Hereford, you were cited with driving a license suspended or revoked 3rd degree, and by now you probably know what the city's going to do with regard to that charge. By now they've amended it to a civil infraction. You admit the infraction, it's a $150 fine. If you deny that you committed the infraction, it's a you get to have a contested hearing, and that'll be set for a later date. Any questions? Do you admit or deny? That's probably what happens. Yeah, I would have never thought to do it. The best thing is, of course, don't get any tickets, but you can't drive without getting a ticket now and then. But yeah, if you do, make sure Department of Licensing has, A, you take care of the infraction if you get one, and B, make sure DOL knows how to get in touch with you. It's 150. We'll set the payments on that at 25 a month. What I'd like you to do is reinstate your license. That's more important than the fine here. If you have trouble with the fine here, let us know. Server, good luck to you. Get a copy of the order at the outside the courtroom and to your left, and good luck to you. Thank you, sir. Ellie Holbert. Oh, okay. Good afternoon, Ms. Hobart. Full name, Ellie Michelle Hobart.
Yes, sir.
Citation I have alleges that on or about January 4th, 2024, you committed the offense of harassment. That's a gross misdemeanor. The maximum penalty on conviction would be 364 days in jail and or a $5,000 fine. I'm going to appoint Mr. Haverko, who's here in the courtroom, to enter a plea to that charge on your behalf, and he'll represent you throughout the course of your case. Mr. Haverko?
Thank you, Your Honor. Would stipulate to probable cause, ask the court to enter not guilty plea.
Ms. Holbert, a plea of not guilty has been entered on your behalf. That preserves your rights. Now, conditions of release are these: law-abiding behavior, and that would include not engaging in any acts which could be construed or cited for the offense of harassment. Any question at all?
No, Your Honor.
Now, you're out of state. Are you going to be back in the area, or?
No, I live in Oregon.
What we'll do is we'll set a pretrial next month, and yes, you can appear by Zoom. Now, we'll send you a copy of, I presume we have your address. We'll send you a copy of today's order. That'll have Mr. Haverko's contact information on that. I'll want you to, I don't want you to state your contact information we're on record right now. But I want you, once you get this order, to give Mr. Haverko a call and touch base with him and maintain contact with him throughout the course of your matter, okay?
Okay.
Ms. Holbert, that concludes the matter. You can sign off now, and we'll talk to you again in February 15th at 11 o'clock in the morning. That's your pretrial date. Good luck.
Okay. Thank you.
Patrick Howard. Good afternoon, sir. Full name, Patrick Michael Howard. Mr. Howard, the citation alleges that on or about January 7, 2024, you committed the offense of violating the terms and conditions of a no contact, no harassment order. I will appoint Mr. Haverco to enter a plea on your behalf at this time. Mr. Haverco?
Stipulate the probable cause, ask the court to enter a not guilty plea.
Mr. Howard, a plea of not guilty has been entered on your behalf that preserves your rights. Now, conditions of release are always law-abiding behavior, and that would include not engaging in any contact where it's been prohibited. And until you're able to do so when a court so orders. Any questions at all?
Your Honor, I have.
Well, this is something you need to talk to Mr. Haverco about.
So.
Well, I can't talk to you right now. So we're in the middle of proceedings. So if you want to wait until after we're done with the court stuff, I'll need a phone number from you. That 1198. Okay, I need to have you sign something. So- Wait on the hallway.
Howard, the pretrial is February 15th, 10 o'clock in the morning.
You don't need to write.
I'm signing the order resetting the matter. You get a copy of that at the window outside the courtroom to your left. Conditions release, law-abiding behavior. We'll see you back here on February 15th, and stay in touch with Mr. Haverco and anything you have to say. Unfortunately, on an arraignment calendar, we can't have hearings on, what go to the merits of the case. So, but good luck to you. Take care of yourself. We'll see you back here in next month. Timothy Livingston. Timothy Livingston does not answer. Caden Long. Don't see. How about Victor Messias Perez? Good afternoon, sir. Full name, Victor Manuel Messias Perez. If I mispronounce your name, I apologize. Citation I have alleges that on or about January 6, 2024, you committed the offenses of one, driving while under the influence of intoxicants. That's a gross misdemeanor. The maximum penalty on conviction for that would be 364 days in jail and or a $5,000 fine. You're also cited for the offense of driving a license suspended or revoked third degree. That's a simple misdemeanor. The maximum penalty on conviction for that would be 90 days in jail and or a $1,000 fine. I'll appoint Mr. Haverco to represent you in this case. He's going to enter a plea on your behalf at this time.
Your Honor, would stipulate to probable cause, ask the court to enter not guilty, please.
Plea of not guilty preserves your rights pending a pretrial. Mr. Messias Perez will set your pretrial for a date in February. I want you to stay in contact with Mr. Haverco now. Conditions of release are, of course, law-abiding behavior. Don't drive unless you're licensed and insured. And if any officer stops you, asks you to take a breathalyzer, you're to do so. No drinking and driving at all. Pretrial will be February 15th at 11 o'clock in the morning. I'm signing a order to that effect.
No, you're not paying anything today. You're not paying anything today. You're not paying anything today. Are you? Did the court impose a fee?
Of a fee? A fine? No? For what?
He thought the court was imposing a fee. I don't,
No, the fine I mentioned, that's just the maximum possible fine. The only thing I'm imposing now are conditions of release. Mr. Haverco is the question of
yeah,
interpretation.
do you need an interpreter? No, there's no fine today. He's telling you the maximums that can be imposed. Okay.
I can't find you until, if at all, until there have been further proceedings in the matter. But no fine.
And I need yes. And before you go, you need to see the clerk and that'll be your paperwork with your next court date. I need you to write your phone number. here. Right here. 375. Okay, great. All right, thank you.
Mr. Zayas, that concludes the hearing today. Get a copy of the order at the window outside the courtroom to your left, and we'll see you back here in February. Thank you for appearing and take care. Mason McKee Samante or Samant? How do you pronounce your name? Is it Mason Oran McGee Surratt? Citation I have alleges that on or about January 11th, 2024, you committed the offense of reckless driving. Reckless driving is a gross misdemeanor. The maximum penalty on conviction would be 364 days in jail and a $5,000 fine. I will again appoint Mr. Haverco to represent you on this case. Mr. Haverco?
Thank you, Your Honor. Stipulate to probable cause as the court to enter not guilty plea.
Mr. McGee, Zamante, plea of not guilty preserves your rights pending a pretrial. Now, the conditions of release are law-abiding behavior, and that includes especially includes in your case, any driving offenses. Pretrial is set for February 15th, 10 o'clock. Make sure Mr. Haverco has your contact information.
Okay. I need
I want you to get a copy of today's order at the window outside the courtroom to your left and review that carefully, and above and beyond, I'll stay in contact with Mr. Haverco. Okay? Take care. Jacob Miles. Mr. Miles, good afternoon. Full name Jacob Dean Miles. The citation alleges that on or about January 15th, 2024, you committed the offense of NVOL, no valid operator's license, without identification. That's a misdemeanor. The maximum penalty on conviction to be 90 days in jail and or a $1,000 fine. And the city may well have a motion in your case as well. The city is moving to go from without to with. What that does is change it from a criminal offense to a civil infraction. And the same thing applies as you've heard me talk about already. If you admit the infraction, I'll assess a $150 fine, and that'll close the matter. Any question about anything I just said? Do you admit or deny? Do you know what you need to do to get your license?
I got it.
Hey, great.
Something already paid.
Reinstatement fee. Hey, that's the secret of life. You'll learn anytime the government does anything at all, answers that there's a fee involved in it. But hey, you have your license, you have it. it's real easy to lose and it's a little harder to get it back. Now that you have it, yeah, make sure you keep it. Payments are $25 a month. And hopefully, this is the last time you'll have a licensing issue. Mr. Miles, good luck to you. You take care. Get a copy of the order at the window outside to the left, and happy motoring and good luck. That's it. Thank you, Mr. Miles. Earl Olson in the courtroom. Mr. Olson, good afternoon. And we have a similar situation here. Full name Earl William Olson. It looks like you were cited with driving, same thing, driving a license suspended or revoked 3rd degree. You've already heard what I say about that. Presuming the city has a motion, which the city does, it's now a civil infraction. No valid operator's license on your person. Now the fine for that, if you admit it, is $150. If you deny it, we can set it for a contested hearing. Any questions about anything I just said? Now that's what you're doing. What you're doing is denying that you committed the infraction and asking for a contested hearing. This is not the time for any motions. That's how you do it when we have a contested hearing. I'm not gonna hear motions now. That's done at the next court hearing. We'll enter a denial to the committed the infraction and we'll set it. That's an infraction. You don't plead guilty to it. It's an infraction. Okay. It's the important. That we can do. Yeah, I don't want to conduct a law school class, but it's a civil infraction and yeah, I realize that there's things that happen that make it, you didn't know you got into, there's a lot of things that happen that I won't even go into, but we'll call it good. 150. Copy the orders at the window outside the courtroom to your left and good luck, Mr. Wilson. Brad Phillips. Good afternoon, sir. Full name Bradley J. Phillips. Mr. Phillips, the citation alleges that on or about January 12th, 2024, you committed the offense of reckless driving. Reckless driving is a gross misdemeanor. The maximum penalty on conviction would be 364 days in jail and or a $5,000 fine. I'm going to appoint Mr. Haverco to enter a plea on your behalf. He'll represent you in this matter.
Stipulate the probable cause, Your Honor, enter a not guilty plea.
The plea of not guilty, as I indicated earlier, preserves your rights pending a pretrial. Now, the conditions release are law-abiding behavior, especially when it comes to driving offenses. Mr. Phillips here. Your pretrial is February 15th at 11 a.m. See you back here then. In the meantime, you take care of yourself and stay in touch with Mr. Haverco.
Just get your paperwork before you go to the clerk's window.
Paul Reed. Mr. Reed, good to see you. How are you? You're not glad to see me, which I can understand, but full name for the record, Paul, middle initial E Reed. Well, the citation is failure to transfer title within 45 days, which is a misdemeanor. The maximum penalty on conviction to be 90 days and or a $1,000 fine. I think with regard to this, the city has nodded emphatically, which means the charge is amended to expired tabs, civil infraction, not a criminal offense. Now, if you admit the infraction, it's a $150 fine. If you deny it, we can set it for a contested hearing. If there's any question at all. What do you wish to do? Admit or deny? I'll 150, and you can pay that at 25 a month. How have you been?
Good.
That was, it's good to see you looking healthy and happy. That's always a good thing. I signed the order. What I want you to do is get a copy of it at the window outside the courtroom to your left. Any question at all? Mr. Reed, good luck to you. You take care of yourself. Oh, no. Oh, that's it. Hey, thank you. Fidel Rodriguez does not answer. How about Uri Rosas Antonio? Daryl Russell. Mr. Russell, good afternoon. Have a seat. Full name, Daryl, middle initial R, Russell. Mr. Russell, the citation is for a couple of charges: driving a license suspended or revoked third degree and failure to transfer title within 45 days. Both of those are simple misdemeanors. If you admit them, it's a fine. If you deny them, the city probably, I'm getting out of order here. This is Daryl Russell, docket 32. If the city makes its usual motions.
Yeah, sorry, Your Honor, I was looking at the city.
It's usually a common failing on my part, not you. Mr. Russell, it's now one count of no valid operator's license on your person and a second count of expired tabs. If you admit those, that's a finable offense only, no jail time. And if you deny them, we can set it for a contested hearing. Any question about anything I said? You admit, right? Do you know what you need to do to get your license back? I'd make that a project in life. It's Mr. Russell, I'm signing today's order. And yet, can you get title transferred? Yeah, oddly enough, that's a criminal offense in the state. I think we're one of 6 states where that is. Any other state, it's an infraction. But yeah, I would, and general advice, never part with your money until you get the title. That's hurt a lot of people. But Mr. Russell, that's good luck to you. I'm signing the order. You can get a copy of it at the window outside the courtroom and to your left. Good luck to you. Sarah Shalhoub. Haley Snyder. We already took care of. Stephen Webb. And ma'am, are you here for court? And did I call your name earlier? What's your, Ms. Black, come on up. That was, that's a trouble. Your last name begins with B, which means you've got to be here. One of these days I'm going to start at C and work the other way instead of in any event, your name is Callie, middle initial N, Black. Ms. Black, you were cited with driving a license suspended or revoked third degree, city may have a motion in that case, and Mr. Hatfield has nodded yes. That means the charge is no longer criminal in nature. It's a civil infraction. If you admit the infraction, which is no valid operator's license in the second degree, I'll impose a $150 fine, and that'll take care of the entire matter. Do you admit? Okay, that's what we'll do. Assess a $150 fine and call it good. Now, do you know what you need to do, Ms. Black, to get your license reinstated? I would check with the Department of Licensing. It's usually an unpaid ticket or something. Could be any one of a number of things, but that's where you start, Department of Licensing, to find out what the problem is. We live in a world where you pretty much have to be able to drive, so I'd make that a project in life. Get your license reinstated. Now, today's order, set payments at $25 a month. I want you to get a copy of the order at the window outside the courtroom to your left, and look it over carefully. Give us a call if you have any questions. Any questions of me? Good luck to you. Got it.
So we're back on the record with Andrew Cahill Williams.
This morning.
The matter had been originally scheduled this morning for 9 a.m. and we reset it over to the 1 o'clock calendar to see if he was able to get a copy of a DV assessment. That has not yet happened. I don't think it's necessarily because the assessment hasn't happened. It's just been difficult getting a copy of that without having it ahead of time. So I think we can get that within the next 2 weeks. Okay. So we don't, right, so we only have court every 2 weeks, so we would just ask to reset the matter to 2 weeks.
The
from today.
earliest, the next court date we have, we're gonna
Right.
reset it to, and that's February 1st.
Great.
That's, we only have court every 2 weeks, and that's
Right.
the next available date. Stay in touch with Mr. Haverco and maybe coordinate with him. I realize getting anything from the military is sometimes it's like pulling teeth. Yes. You're not, no,
Donnie, is there a new order he's gonna need to sign or anything?
no,
Okay.
simple.
Okay. Oh, gotcha. Okay, gotcha. Yeah, just pick up, yeah, she'll have some paperwork for you to come back in 2 weeks and Yelm
No.
Public Defense at gmail.com. So if they want to.
You're not wasting any time. I want to make sure that we're here for as long as it takes to give every case the attention it deserves. And so, with that, we'll go off record, I guess. Let's say. Go back on record with regard to the 2:30. It's a little early, but I'm going to take one matter now, and that's Gamaliel Navarro Palacios. I probably mispronounced your name, and I apologize if I did.
Close enough. I go by Gami. Yeah.
It looks like you were cited for speeding. 15 months. You've asked me for a mitigation. That means you'd like me to reduce the amount of the fine. Also, you are entitled to what they call a deferral.
Yeah.
Is that what you're interested in?
Well, I was, at the time when I got the ticket, I was working, I was street sweeper at nighttime, so, you know, you gotta go, and I wasn't, and it was foggy that night, so I wasn't paying attention to the speed limit, well, I mean, the speed, I was speeding, I guess, but I wasn't paying it. I was more worried about being on the road and
About
making sure I was.
Not wrecking, not
Yeah,
crashing.
not wrecking. So, and then on top of that, I was going from Lacey to Yelm to the Safeway over here. So you know what I mean? And I ended up hopping on 510 instead of 507, where 507 is 50 and over here it's, you
It
get off of
changes.
the 510. And then I realized it when I hit the city limit, whatever sign, I was like, oh man. And then the officer, I didn't see the officer on whatever, he was coming towards me and I didn't see him. So I would have been doing different speed limit. I would have been doing less than the speed limit there. So,
How about it's 176? What I could do is reduce it to 125 and set your payments at 25 a month. Would that work?
yeah, that's fine.
Let's do it that way.
I'd
then.
appreciate it.
We'll need let's see.
And then it doesn't help that I was in somebody else's truck that night, you know, so it's like, I had to get used to their pedal there.
The last time I got a ticket, which was between Ocean Shores and here, that was because I was for speeding and I was used to driving a pickup truck.
Yeah.
Which was pretty rough, but instead I was driving somebody else's car, so I was able to go a little bit faster.
Yeah.
And not realize that.
Right.
Here, we can set your payments at 25 a month, starting February 18th. Is that gonna work?
Yeah, that's fine. I mean, I can pay, you said one.
That's your choice. If you wanted to pay it all today, you can do that, but that's your choice.
I think I can do like 40 today, 50 today. If I
Uh,
can do that.
I'll leave that up to you. You don't have to do anything
Okay,
until February 18th.
okay,
You know your financial situation a lot better than I do, so whatever works best for you.
and then for the payment, do I have to come here or do I get like mailed or how's that work?
Mail,
Mail? Okay,
I think.
okay, cool. Cool, that works.
I signed the order setting that, you get a copy of that at the window outside the courtroom to your
Okay.
left and good luck, happy motoring and
Yeah.
let's say these things,
I got caught focused, everybody's,
these things happen.
yeah,
That's-
working sucks, man.
Yeah. Well, good luck.
All right.
You take care
All right, you too, man. Thank you. Happy New Year.
and happy new year to you and don't get too wet out there.
Oh, no.
It's at least it's a lot warmer than it was,
Trust me, I was buckled up.
that's yep. Good to go. On record for the 1 o'clock no-shows, start with number 1, Gregory Beckford, cited for DWS 3rd degree. Amend that to a no vol in the 2nd degree and FTA it. The next one, John Bickler. I do find probable cause for the issuance to him of assault in the 4th degree and harassment. Warrant will issue 2,500 cash or bond. One of the more comprehensive police reports I've ever read. Next one I have would be Kylene Bleakley, docket number 5. Find probable cause for the issuance to her of a theft 3rd charge and a controlled substance knowing possession charge, 2,500 cash or bond. Her defense for shoplifting to the officer was had to food for the food for a child, but the theft total taped out at 825. So all high dollar items. So that child eats pretty darn good. Next, I have docket number 7, Nathan Bumpus, DLS 3rd, amend to no vol 2 and FTA it. Same way with docket number 8, Justice Craddock, cited with DWS 3rd, amend that to no vol 2 and FTA it. After that, I have docket numbers 12 and 13. Amend 12 to no vol 2, amend 12 to 202. No vol 2 and just simply FTA the no insurance and the expired registration. And of course, amend the or FTA the no vol 2. With identification. Yikes. Next, docket number 14, DWS 3rd, amend that to no vol 2 and FTA it. That's all for that page. Next would be docket number 20, false reporting, 3rd degree. I do find probable cause for the issuance to Timothy Paul Livingston for that offense. 2,500 cash or bond. Caden Long did not appear, I think, well, okay, good. She did reappear, reset, of course. It's just a little late. And next. It's good to see Paul Reed again. He looked well. The next no-show would be Fidel Rodriguez, docket number 29. Find probable cause for assault, 4th degree on the victim. I think the victim has a pending case with us as well. And I think that's, is that Mr. Ross's client? Next no-show would be docket number 30, Antonio, or Rosas Antonio. Amend DWS 3rd to no vol 2 and FTA that, and FTA the no headlights and no insurance. Pardon? Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, that's 2,500. Sorry, that's yeah, I'm tired. And the on page 6, Sarah Shalhoub, yeah, we already ordered a warrant, I think, on the morning case she never showed up for, 500 cash or bond. And this one, I think, just FTA it. Amended to expired tabs and FTA it. And then down to 35, Stephen Webb, amend that to expired tabs, FTA that. And also FTA the NVOL with ID and no insurance. And I think that is that, except for the on Catherine Osser. Mr. Sue has requested a reset on that. Go ahead and reset that at his request. And then on Brandon Williams, He indicated that he wanted a deferral, but in the meantime, submitted the payment for the ticket in full. I will take that as a withdrawal of his request and a gesture indicating that he wished to simply take care of the matter without having to appear. And that'll conclude the docket for this day, January 18th, Anno Day 2024.